Welcome to Deep Sleep Stories, where the whispers of history lull you into rest and the shadows of the past tell their truths in the stillness of night. Tonight we board a train through time, back to the soot-stained platforms and velvet-lined compartments of Victorian Britain. But these are no ordinary carriages. Inside them silence fell heavy, and sometimes so did blood. This is the story of trust broken in motion, of lives cut short between stations, and of a nation shaken by murders that stained not only the tracks, but the very soul of progress. Close your eyes. Let the rhythm of the rails carry you deep into the mystery. This is the bloodiest murders on British railways. You're on a late-night train in Victorian London, and let me tell you, the vibes are off. It's July 9th, 1864, and the air is thick with soot and suspense. Hackney Station, 10:10 p.m, the perfect hour for murder, apparently. Two bank clerks, probably thinking about ledger columns and cold mutton, step into a first-class compartment. Only, instead of plush velvet and the faint whiff of gin, they get blood everywhere. Walls, cushions, even a splattered top hat looking like it just survived a duel with a meat grinder. There's a bag spilled open like someone left in a hurry, and a cane with an ivory handle lying on the floor, ominous as a ghost's whisper. Here's the spooky part. No one heard a thing. Not a yell, not a struggle. No reports, no, hey, there's a dead guy in the luxury section. Nothing, just blood and mystery, like the aftermath of a murder novel that forgot its final chapter. And Britain? Oh, Britain was shook. Railways were supposed to be safe. Fast, yes, dirty occasionally. But dangerous? That shattered a whole nation's illusion. Turns out locking people in little mobile tin rooms wasn't the most fail-safe idea. Flashback to the earlier days of the railway boom. The year is 1830. You've got top hats, sideburns, and the Industrial Revolution in full gear. The Liverpool and Manchester Railway opens, and suddenly freight isn't the only thing chugging across the land. People want in. Stagecoaches, with their snail speed 8 miles per hour, look downright prehistoric next to trains hitting 17 miles per hour. Twice the speed at half the price. It was like upgrading from dial-up to fibre optic overnight. Railway mania swept the country like a financial fever dream. Rich folks, bored aristocrats, and investors who'd never stepped in coal dust all wanted a piece of the steel pie. Everyone's building lines wherever they can, often with zero coordination. Think spaghetti thrown on a map. By the 1860s, Britain is crisscrossed with about 5,000 miles of track. Mountains drilled, rivers bridged, even tunnels boring into the earth like giant iron worms. It's not just geography that changes, it's culture. Distance shrinks, towns blend into cities, time compresses, and underneath it all a creeping unease that maybe, just maybe, this new speed comes with unseen consequences, because while trains brought progress, they also brought silence, the kind you don't want in a locked carriage soaked in blood. You lived in a world where time used to be set by the church bell or the town clock, when noon in one village could be 10 minutes off from the one next door. But then the railways came barreling in with their iron schedules and precise timetables, and suddenly everyone had to sync up. It wasn't just noon anymore, it was railway time. You adjusted your pocket watch or missed your train, simple as that. The pace of life had changed, and now so had its rhythm. And space, that shrank too. Towns that once felt like far-flung outposts were now just a couple of hours away by steam. It was as if someone had taken a rolling pin to the map of Britain and flattened everything closer together. What the internet would later do for global connection, the railways did for a damp little island with a serious empire complex. By the time you were born into this brave new railway age, the idea of not having trains was as alien as not having fire. Everyone was moving, especially the working class. For the first time they could leave the village, find work in the city, maybe even visit the seaside. It was a kind of mobility that society had never seen. But not everyone was cheering from the platform. The upper crust clutched their monocles in horror at the idea of mixing. Victorian Britain ran on strict class hierarchies. You knew your place, and it wasn't next to a butcher or, heaven forbid, a bootblack. But these trains, with their sealed compartments and indiscriminate boarding, forced proximity. A baronet might find himself elbow to elbow with someone who said, "Ain't." It was social chaos wrapped in velvet upholstery. And then there was the crime panic. Locked in a box on wheels with strangers, no conductor checking in until the next stop. To many Victorians, it sounded like an invitation to be robbed, insulted, or worse. People gripped their walking sticks like weapons, stuffed valuables in their boots, and kept one eye on the door. But not Mr. Thomas Briggs. No, he was unbothered. 69 years old, a distinguished banker and chief cashier at Robarts, Curtis & Coase. A man who had risen as far as one could without becoming a full-fledged partner. He commuted daily from Hackney to the city, riding the North London Railway with all the confidence of a man who belonged in first class. No third-class rabble here. This line was designed to skirt the working-class districts, offering only first- and second-class carriages. It was luxury, but not ostentatious. Quiet wealth. On July 9th, 1864, a Saturday, Briggs went to the office as usual, then paid a social call to his niece in Peckham. After dinner, still daylight outside, he made his way back through the city, caught the 9:45 from Fenchurch Street, and bid the ticket collector good night like it was any other day. Cane in one hand, black leather bag in the other, he stepped into the first-class compartment nearest the engine. The train pulled away. Minutes later, it rolled into Hackney with a sealed-off compartment streaked in blood. A cane lay abandoned. A top hat crumpled on the floor like it had lost a duel. But no Thomas Briggs. By the time the train reached Chalk Farm, police were waiting. And by then, another grim chapter had begun. It wasn't the police who first found him. No, fate handed that task to a railway driver on a routine empty return run to Bow Station. Imagine that, chugging along the tracks, maybe thinking about supper or a warm pint, when suddenly something, a shape, a human shape, dark against the gravel. The driver slammed on the brakes, sent his stoker and guard out into the night. And there he was, a man twisted and broken, lying in the unforgiving cradle of iron and stone, dressed in black, bleeding into the gravel, unconscious, not dead, not yet. It was Thomas Briggs. Help came fast, or as fast as help could, in a time before phones and ambulances. A local pub became an emergency ward. Men dragged his battered body inside. A policeman from K Division, Hackney's own, was summoned. A doctor came too, though medicine wasn't what it is today. Briggs had been smashed badly. His head was caved in, one ear nearly sliced off, his iconic white beard now crimson. It was a horror show, but he hadn't just fallen. That much was clear. His hands were scraped, his forearms bruised. He'd fought back, at least once, at least for a moment. Maybe he'd managed to land a blow. Maybe he'd just resisted enough to make his killer angry. There were letters in his coat pocket. That's how they knew it was him. They carried him back home to his fine Regency townhouse in Hackney, where gas lamps flickered over quiet garden squares and nothing bad was ever supposed to happen. He died there, July 10th, 1864. Another number on the calendar, another ghost in the age of steam. Come Monday, the newspapers exploded. The victim wasn't just anyone. This was a man who represented middle-class Victorian England, wealthy, respectable, predictable. He had been killed not in a back alley or on some foggy moor, but in a first-class train carriage. That's like getting stabbed in the reading room of a gentleman's club. It rattled the nation. If you could be murdered there, you could be murdered anywhere. Enter Detective Inspector Richard Tanner, just 31, newly promoted but sharp as a blade, and trusted by Sir Richard Mayne himself, head of Scotland Yard. Tanner's first clue? A strange bit of headwear. You see, Thomas Briggs was a silk top hat kind of man, the kind who dropped a full guinea at his city hatter like clockwork. But the crumpled hat left behind at the crime scene? A cheap beaver number, 8 shillings, maybe 10, a hat no gentleman would be caught dead in. And yet, there it was, right beside the blood and the bag. Briggs was dead, but his killer had left behind his hat. It was never about just finding a hat, but that cheap, crumpled beaver top hat left behind in a first-class bloodbath. That was the breadcrumb, the whisper. Inspector Tanner knew, find the head it once sat on and you'd find your killer. And then a glint of luck. Thomas Briggs had owned a proper gentleman's watch, old-fashioned, gold-cased, complete with chain. But after his assault, it was gone, stolen. Tanner spread the word and the newspapers did what newspapers do, shouted. That's when John Death, a city jeweller with an unforgettable surname, came forward, said a foreign man had visited his shop on Monday, a young guy, clean-shaven, nervous, probably German. He'd swapped a thick gold watch chain for a thinner, cheaper one and added a signet ring to the deal. Barely bothered to haggle. The whole exchange was off. Too lopsided, too strange. And that box the jeweller used to pack the chain? Cardboard, stamped with his shop's name and address. A souvenir of a transaction that was about to explode in significance. Tanner now had the chain confirmed to be Briggs's. He had a partial description of the man who sold it, but no name, no address. Just a ghost who'd left his hat behind and bought himself a discount chain with blood money. So they offered a reward. £100 from the bank, another £100 from the railway, a third from the government. Posters went up. Tanner held his breath. The days dragged, and still nothing. The press raged, the public was nervous, and Scotland Yard embarrassed. But then, 11 days later, a Hackney driver walked into a police station and tipped the scale. His name was Jonathan Matthews, and he had a story. Said a friend had come by right after the murder. Young, German, a tailor. Name, Franz Müller, 23. And that friend? He loved his cheap black beaver hat, the very type left in the bloody train compartment. While they chatted, Müller had handed a box to Matthews's daughter, a box she'd played with tossed around, one with a name stamped on the lid, a jeweller's name, John Death's shop. The same box that once held Thomas Briggs's stolen watch chain. The chase was back on, and Müller had just stepped out of the shadows. That little cardboard box had done what weeks of frantic searching couldn't. It cracked the silence wide open. Stamped with the name of jeweler John Death, it was like Müller had signed the crime scene with a return address. Matthews, the hackney driver, not only had the box but a photograph of his friend Franz Müller. Finally, Tanner had something tangible, a face, a name, a destination. Just one problem. Müller was already on a boat, bound for America. The Victoria wasn't exactly a luxury liner, no padded bunks, no champagne dinners, just cramped steerage, salted meat, seasickness, and 19 endless days of stomach-churning motion. If the wind cooperated, it didn't. 2 weeks into the voyage, they were still lurching around near the Irish coast, barely out of sight of home. Müller? He was blending in, playing cards, losing bets over how much sausage he could stuff in his face. Pawning shirts to cover his gambling debts. No panic, no pacing. Just a polite young man with a sharp waistcoat and a fresh start on his mind. Whatever happened back in London, he wore it like a well-pressed coat, snug, neat, and invisible. He'd come from Oldenburg, Germany, a place not known for mass migration to England. He wasn't notorious, just a tailor with flair, some ambition, and a hunger for reinvention. Told people he was heading to America for a job that paid £150 a year. Not true, but dreams don't have to be. America in 1864 was boiling, civil war, endless drafts, cities overflowing with fresh arrivals. For a young man with a vague accent and no paper trail, it was the perfect place to vanish. Just pick a name, sign up for the Union Army, and become someone else. No fingerprints, no Interpol, just cornfields and cannon fire. But back in London, Richard Tanner was moving, fast. He had a suspect, he had a motive, and he had a boat to catch, because if Müller made it to America, he'd be nothing but a memory. Müller was gliding toward America on a slow, creaking sailboat. Tanner? He was sprinting through London with a case file in one hand and a ticking clock in the other. Extradition in 1864 wasn't a smooth legal machine. It was a diplomatic dance, full of stumbles. No undersea cables, no urgent faxes, just handwritten notes and steamboats. To bring Müller back, Tanner needed proof. Not suspicions, not instincts. Solid, persuasive evidence that would make the American authorities nod slowly and say, "All right, we'll hand him over." So Tanner ran the city ragged. Back to the jeweler, John Death, who confirmed the photograph. Yes, that was the man who traded in Briggs's gold watch chain. He questioned Müller's landlord, his employer, his friends. And the portrait that emerged, a man flashy beyond his means, a man who had lied about a high-paying job in America, a man who had just bought a fine new top hat, right after a first-class banker had been bludgeoned in a train and left for dead. Records showed Müller had bought his ticket on Tuesday. Set sail Thursday. And Matthews, the hackney driver, had told police just a bit too late. Müller had slipped the noose by hours. But not by steam. Tanner wasn't playing around. On July 19th, just 6 days after Müller's departure, a warrant was issued. Depositions were taken. Witnesses bundled to Bow Street Magistrates' Court like pieces on a chessboard. At 6 p.m, the order was signed. That night, Tanner and his squad, Detective Sergeant George Clark, the jeweler John Death, and Jonathan Matthews, boarded an express train to Liverpool. The next morning, they set off across the Atlantic on a fast steamer. No sails, just iron, steam, and urgency. The Victoria, poor thing, was still puttering somewhere in the middle of the ocean. On August 5th, Tanner arrived in New York. He'd done it, beat Miller across an entire ocean, but this wasn't victory, not yet. New York in 1864 was chaos on cobblestones. Pigs still roamed the streets, buildings were squat. The city was crawling with tension from the Civil War, and Britain wasn't exactly loved. Many thought the Brits favoured the South. Worse, there was no formal extradition treaty between Britain and New York State. So Tanner couldn't just wave a warrant and demand a collar. He had to work the system, charm the officials, present his evidence in a way that would stick, because now, with Miller about to arrive, the arrest had to be perfect. To arrest Franz Miller in America, you needed more than a name and a story. You needed the law on your side. And in 1864, that law moved at the speed of paperwork, not justice. Tanner couldn't just snap his fingers. Mueller had to be arrested by someone appointed under US law, an officer of the US Marshals Service. And even then, the whole city of New York bristled at the idea of handing someone over to the British. Sympathy for immigrants ran deep, and Mueller, with his foreign accent and modest tailoring background, looked a lot more like their neighbours than the bowler-hatted British detectives sweating through their waistcoats. And sweat they did. August in New York was brutal. Tanner and his crew wilted in their hotel rooms at the Everett House on 17th Street. They waited. Days turned to weeks. No news, no Victoria. Maybe it had been lost at sea. Maybe it had detoured. Maybe Mueller would slip the net after all. Then on August 24th, relief. The Victoria limped into view after nearly 6 weeks at sea. Before the gangplank even hit the dock, American authorities boarded and arrested Mueller. He denied everything, said he'd never even been on that train. A flat-out, eyes forward, no blink denial. Now came the real test, an extradition hearing before Commissioner Newton. New York, 1864, wasn't exactly neutral ground. Anti-British sentiment simmered beneath the surface. The Civil War still raged. Rumours swirled about Britain's favour toward the South. And here was a British cop asking to drag a young immigrant across the ocean for something most Americans had never even heard of before, a railway murder. But Tanner played it cool. No chest thumping, no patriotic speeches, just the facts. Enough evidence to say, yes, this man should face a British court. And it worked. On September 3rd, with the extradition approved, Tanner led Mueller aboard the Etna, a steamship bound for Liverpool. As they sailed, the case back home had become an obsession. Not just news, it was the news. The first ever railway murder. The gentleman victim, the foreign tailor suspect. It was perfect fuel for Fleet Street's fires, but now cracks started to show. No witness could place Miller on the train. Worse, 5 witnesses claimed to have seen 2 other men in the compartment with Briggs, and neither of them looked anything like Miller. The public was baying for blood. But the question now hanging in the air, sharp and sour, was this: had they got the wrong man? There was no playing field in 1864, only a steep slope, and Mueller was shoved right down it. In that era, the rules weren't kind to the accused. There was no appeals process. The defendant couldn't testify on his own behalf. His lawyer wasn't even allowed to make a closing argument to the jury. And crucial evidence, like witness reports that described other men in the compartment with Thomas Briggs, not shared. The prosecution didn't have to. Fairness was a suggestion, not a requirement. German legal societies raised red flags, both in London and back in New York. Concern rippled through immigrant communities. They saw a rush to judgment, a trial shaped more by headlines than hard facts. Franz Müller looked like a showpiece defendant, a foreigner accused of an Englishman's murder, gift-wrapped for the nation's outrage. The trial began on October 27, 1864, at the Old Bailey. 12 men held Müller's fate. Over 3 days, the evidence stacked high. They saw the crushed beaver hat from the bloody compartment, the one that matched Müller's style exactly. They heard how he'd arrived in New York with a top hat that had been cut down in height, as if someone had tried to disguise it. They were told about the cloth pouch sewn into his luggage, a ribbon-tied bundle, delicate and deliberate. Inside, Thomas Briggs's missing gold watch. It didn't look good. The defense flailed. They tried to discredit Jonathan Matthews, the cab driver who had given police Müller's name. Dug up an old theft charge, 21 days in jail long ago, but it barely made a dent. One defense witness insisted Briggs had been seen with 2 other men, not Müller. But that testimony was brushed aside. It wasn't loud enough. It didn't stick. 15 minutes. That's all the jury took. Guilty. The judge donned the black cap, that chilling symbol of finality, and sentenced Franz Müller to hang. November 14th, 1864. Rain poured down over Newgate Jail. Didn't matter. The crowd came anyway, 10,000 strong, jostling for a view, umbrellas clashing in the murk. Müller was led out, pale, legs strapped, noose placed, white hood dropped. He turned to the German pastor and whispered, "I did it. I did it alone. I have no accomplice." And then, silence. The trap opened. Franz Müller, age 24, dropped into history. But questions still echoed. Did he plan to kill Briggs? Or was it just a robbery gone wrong? Did he shove the old man off the train? Or did Briggs leap, terrified and bleeding, trying to escape? Was it desperation? Panic? We may never know, but one thing's certain. That blood-stained compartment changed everything. And Müller, guilty or not, became the face of Britain's first railway murder. You can almost picture it. An ordinary summer evening, a first-class carriage, and a 69-year-old banker dressed in black. Thomas Briggs carried everything that said Target in 1864. Silk hat, silk handkerchief, a banker's briefcase that might as well have had bullion inside stamped on the side. To someone like Franz Müller, young, ambitious, and desperately short on funds, it must have looked like opportunity gift-wrapped in velvet. Maybe Müller didn't plan it. Maybe he just saw Briggs alone, saw the glint of that gold watch and thought, this is it. A quick grab, a dash, and enough money to reach the new world. But he hadn't counted on Briggs fighting back. There was a struggle. Maybe Müller panicked. Maybe the stick came down faster and harder than intended. Then, in that frantic moment, the banker was out the door. Falling, flung, we'll never know which. By today's standards? Maybe not murder. More likely manslaughter, a robbery gone wrong, an impulsive act turned fatal. But in 1864, on a train meant to be the pinnacle of Victorian civility and progress, it was scandalous. A gentleman dead, a train defiled, a foreigner accused. And Müller became the first railway murderer in British history, but not the last, because the trains didn't stop. The engines roared louder, faster, passengers packed tighter, the compartments kept rolling, but so did the crimes. For every innovation, a darker shadow followed. The iron veins of Britain carried not just people and parcels, but violence, secrets, and blood. And then there was Violet Cameron, 15 years old, bright lights, a rising star on the London stage in 1878. She had no idea that somewhere in the audience, 18-year-old Percy Lefroy Mapleton was watching, obsessing, fantasizing. Percy wasn't rich, wasn't healthy, wasn't stable, but he was imaginative. Oh, was he ever? He didn't just daydream, he rewrote reality. In one version, he was an earl's relative, in another, a solicitor, sometimes Belgian nobility. His real life? A sickly boy with a dead mother, a disinterested alcoholic father, and a childhood of invisibility. But Violet, she was his escape, his mission, his made-up muse. And Percy, he'd do anything to keep the dream alive, even kill. Percy Lefroy Mapleton never really had a grip on reality, just a grip on dreams so elaborate, so florid, they threatened to smother him. A sickly child, invisible and indulged, he'd slink through life wrapped in layers of petty lies. And the world had let him. No consequences, just excuses and sympathy. Then came Violet Cameron, young, dazzling, unreachable. By 1881, she had become his. Not in reality, of course. She'd never even met him. But in his world, the one he'd written like a fevered novel, they were married, soulmates, meant to be. He told his relatives as much, followed her to the theatre, watched her when she left her house. Violet was a stage darling, a light opera star who sparkled in gaslight and applause. In Lefroy's head, she was waiting for him. But how to win her? He had no fortune, no fame, only fantasies. So he crafted a new one. He wrote to the Era, a respected theatre rag, with an outrageous claim. He had discovered a never-before-seen comic opera by Jacques Offenbach. The real Offenbach, composer of the Can-Can, hero of the operetta, was conveniently dead. No way to call Lefroy's bluff. It worked. Welsh tenor and theatre manager Henry Bracy took the bait. Lefroy wormed his way in, promised Bracy exclusive rights to this lost Offenbach gem. All he needed was someone to forge the actual music. He found a composer, but there was a catch. The forger wanted an even cut, half. Lefroy didn't have tuppence to spare. Then came the real blow. Violet Cameron, his Violet, was engaged. It didn't matter that she'd never spoken to him. In his mind, they were lovers. And now, betrayal. Lefroy unravelled. He told Bracy that his mythical benefactor had died and left him everything. The opera, £1,000 a year, and, wait for it, 10,000 more if he married. Bracy just had to introduce him to Violet. Then she'd have no reason to say no. The plan was as desperate as it was deranged. He could fake wealth, he could even fake charm, but he couldn't fake a finished opera without paying the composer. And he was broke, utterly. Trapped in his own con, seething with jealousy, driven by an obsession that had rotted into delusion, Lefroy was running out of time and running out of options. It was all collapsing. The opera wasn't real, the money was gone, his lies were teetering like a top-heavy stage prop. Percy Lefroy Mapleton was out of options and out of time. He had pawned his best clothes, owed money all over town, and was neck-deep in a fantasy romance with a woman who didn't even know he existed. The date circled in his mind, July, was rushing at him like a train. That's when he had promised Bracy the grand Offenbach performance, but without a score, without a penny, without anything real to stand on. The whole illusion was ready to crash through the floorboards. And then a flicker of false hope. A friend, a fellow spinner of empty promises, offered him salvation, 10 guineas owed, and now supposedly a £100 lifeline. On June 24th at Charing Cross Station, the friend handed him a cheque with all the casual cheer of someone who'd just solved another man's crisis. Lefroy raced to the bank, eyes gleaming, future unlocked. The cheque bounced. It was worthless. And just like that, everything caved in. The lie, the opera, the grand romance, all hollow, all unravelling. But Percy wasn't done yet. Monday, June 27th. A new week, a new lie. Lefroy rose late in the home of his cousin Annie in Wallington, South London. He claimed to be a journalist for the Era, another fantasy job to go with his fantasy opera. But that morning, he had a plan. He called for 7-year-old Melville, his favourite nephew, pressed a letter into the boy's hand and sent him to the local newsagent, Albert Ellis. The note was a ploy, pretending Annie had business to discuss. Ellis, dutiful, left his shop at once. That was all Lefroy needed. He doubled back around the corner to Ellis's store, told the young assistant he was there to settle a debt. He owed more than £1. Handed over an envelope, claimed it held 2 sovereigns. The assistant gave him 13 shillings in change. Lefroy vanished. The assistant opened the envelope later. It held a single shilling and 2 worthless antique medals. Armed with his ill-gotten shillings, Lefroy headed to Wallington Station. Boarded the 10:49 to London Bridge. It was time for Act 2. He made his way to Borough High Street, to number 25, Adams and Hillstead, a pawnbroker's office. Not unusual, London had pawn shops on nearly every corner. These weren't places just for the desperate. They were part of the city's economy. Trade your goods for cash, and maybe, when life smiled again, you'd come back to buy them back. Lefroy. He wasn't planning to redeem anything. This was a one-way trip. His fantasy was dying, and now he was looking for something, anything, to keep it alive. Pawn shops were Victorian lifelines dressed as storefronts. They let the struggling cling to respectability for just a little longer. Saturday and Monday were the busiest days. On Saturday, you'd buy back your Sunday best. On Monday, you'd hand it back over to make it through the week. It was theatre, really, costuming your dignity, one transaction at a time. Percy Lefroy Mapleton was a regular actor in this game. He'd pawned his overcoat for 10 shillings. His dress suit went for a bit more than £1. Even his 6-chambered revolver, yes, a gun, earned him 5 shillings. On the morning of June 27th, he went back to retrieve it. He was piecing together a desperate costume for his final act. At London Bridge, he bought a first-class ticket to Brighton, stepped into the waiting room, sat down, slid the revolver from its wrappings, loaded it, shell by shell, behind the open curtain of a newspaper. It was nearly 2 p.m. The Brighton Express was hissing with steam, about to lurch forward. The compartments were sealed boxes, no corridors to wander through, no walking from car to car. Once the doors shut, you were locked in until the next station, privacy or peril depending on your luck. Lefroy wanted a quick, bloodless robbery. Flash the gun, scare a commuter, grab some valuables and vanish into the crowd. In his head, it worked cleanly, neatly. Reality had other ideas. He spotted a lone passenger, first class, strawberries in hand. Lefroy climbed in. The train pulled out, but something was wrong. The man kept looking at him. Lefroy felt scrutinized, exposed. The man was George Austen. He wasn't suspicious, just incredibly nearsighted, trying to make sense of the blur across from him. But Lefroy didn't know that. All he saw was a stare he couldn't explain. Panic bloomed. He cracked. At East Croydon, Lefroy fled the compartment, moved down the train, found another solitary man, this one asleep, handkerchief over his face, still, vulnerable. This time he climbed in without hesitation. The train hit full speed, 50 miles an hour, then it plunged into the darkness of Merstham Tunnel. Behind the sealed door in that roaring black silence, Percy Lefroy Mapleton prepared to strike. And outside, the world carried on. Anne Brown, just a woman in a cottage near the tracks, would soon hear the train scream past, clueless that inside, history was about to repeat itself in blood. Through the parlour windows, Anne Brown and her daughter sat idly, watching the trains roll by, like most folks might watch clouds drift across the sky. But on this particular afternoon, the Brighton Express offered something different, something sinister. In one of the first-class compartments, the two women swore they saw it, two men locked in struggle. A sudden, strange violence behind glass. It was too fast to be clear, but unmistakable enough to send a chill. At 3:20 p.m, the train rolled into Preston Park Station, just north of Brighton Centre. Waiting on the platform was ticket collector Richard Gibson. He noticed something odd immediately. A man hanging out of a first-class carriage, gesturing frantically. No hat. In 1881, that was practically a siren. Hats were armour, all men wore them, but it wasn't just the missing hat. The man was drenched in blood, shaky, pale, his eyes wide and wild. This man looked like he'd stepped out of a battlefield, not a train car. Then they noticed something else. From the cuff of his shoe, a glint. Gibson tugged. Out came a gold chain and with it a watch. "What's this then?" "Oh, I don't know," the man stammered. Later he'd claim it was his, said he'd shoved it in his shoe for safekeeping, but no one was buying it. The man looked like someone who'd stepped straight into disaster and hadn't yet found the door out. That man, of course, was Percy Lefroy Mapleton. The station master, seeing the growing spectacle, sent Lefroy onward to Brighton proper with a ticket collector in tow, where the police were waiting. On the train, Lefroy spun stories faster than the wheels beneath him. He'd been attacked, he said, shot at, hit over the head, once by two men, then just one. Then it was the countryman, then no, the old gentleman, then wait, the old gentleman wasn't attacking after all. The story changed like scenery outside a window, blood everywhere, bullet holes in the seats, fingerprints smeared along the footboard, but no attacker and no sign of the dozing man with the handkerchief. Meanwhile, 20 miles north, inside the black throat of Balcombe Tunnel, a railway plate layer named Thomas Jennings walked the line with his nephew. They were there to inspect the tracks, lanterns swinging gently in the gloom. At around 4 p.m, something caught their eye, a heap beside the rails. Crumpled, human. It wasn't freight tossed from a train, it was a body. It was there, in the gloom of Balcombe Tunnel, the bundle became a body. And not just any body, it was Frederick Isaac Gold, a respected 64-year-old retired master baker who'd built a modest empire of shops across London. Though semi-retired now in Preston Park, he still rode the rails north to Whitechapel, keeping an eye on the business he hoped to one day pass down to his 14-year-old nephew. That Monday, June 27th, had been routine. Gold caught the 8:45 from Brighton, did his rounds, and deposited £3, 8 shillings, and a penny at the bank. Then, just before 2 p.m, he boarded a first-class carriage on the Brighton Express for home. 2 hours later, he was dead, thrown or hurled from the train, body broken on the gravel. But the fall wasn't what killed him. That came earlier. A bullet in the spine, 14 stab wounds, a man robbed, mutilated and discarded. Back in Brighton, the police were still scratching their heads over Percy Lefroy Mapleton. He was clearly lying. His wounds, cleaned at the hospital, turned out to be superficial. Scratches, really. Not the aftermath of a brutal two-man assault, as he claimed. Doctors suspected Lefroy's performance was all part of an insanity ploy, putting on a show to dodge the hangman. The police agreed mostly. They assigned Detective Sergeant George Holmes to escort him home. Lefroy boarded the 6:10 train back to London. At Balcombe Station, as that same train paused, the buzz about the dead body was just starting to circulate. But the pieces weren't connected yet, even after a telegram came in asking for the serial number of the watch found in Lefroy's shoe, and even after it didn't match the number he provided, Holmes remained unconvinced. To him, Lefroy still seemed like a sad, strange case, maybe suicidal, not a killer. He escorted the bloodied man all the way back to Wallington, took a statement, and left him there. "Good night," he said, and then he walked to the station thinking his job was done. But there, waiting in the wires, was a telegram. Urgent. It was the moment everything changed. The telegram was clear. Don't let Lefroy out of your sight. But it was already too late. Detective Holmes had barely reached the station when he got the message. He sprinted back to the house on Cathcart Road, less than 10 minutes gone. But Percy Lefroy Mapleton had vanished like a stage magician into the wings. Now it was official. A murder suspect had slipped through the fingers of the law, and the chase was on. Only, there was a problem. No one had a photo of Lefroy, not a single one. Instead, detectives turned to a pub sketch, a drawing by the publican of the King's Arms in Kennington, where Lefroy had been a regular drinker and spinner of tall tales. The sketch made its way into the pages of the Daily Telegraph on July 1st, and with that, Victorian Britain lost its collective mind. This was a first. The mass media machine, still relatively young, had found its true crime poster boy. The sketch of the pale-faced dandy with anxious eyes spread across the country like wildfire. From Cornwall to Caithness, everyone was suddenly spotting Percy Lefroy Mapleton, or thought they were. Wrong man on the mail train to Devon, arrested. Wrong man in Essex, detained and questioned. The drawing became a national ghost. If you were young, male, vaguely sharp-featured, and unlucky enough to resemble a scribbled sketch, you were in for a long afternoon. All the while, the real Lefroy was right under their noses, still in London. After 3 days of aimless drifting through the alleys and soot-streaked streets, he holed up in a lodging house in Stepney, claimed to be an engraver from Liverpool, kept to himself, never left his room. He was no stranger to vanishing acts. Back in 1878, at just 18, he'd conned an entire troupe of actors, promised them a grand production in Gloucester, cast the parts, booked the venue, and then, on the day of the performance, vanished with the box office money. The actors were furious, the police intrigued, and Lefroy? He was already waving goodbye from the deck of a ship bound for Australia. He arrived with a good suit and £32, though he'd somehow burned through £7 on the voyage alone. No plan, just the thrill of being elsewhere. He saw shows, lived well for a while, pretended the future might be something other than a long list of lies. But the money vanished as easily as he had, so he wired home. His family didn't send cash. They sent a one-way ticket. By September 1879, Lefroy was back in England, back in his old habits. He'd had a shot at a clean slate on the far side of the world, and he'd crumpled it like a useless script. Now, in Stepney, hiding under a false name, waiting for the police to forget, he was about to learn that this time the curtain wouldn't fall so gently. Back and forth he'd gone, Britain to Australia and back again, and what had Percy Lefroy Mapleton learned? Not remorse, not humility. No, what he'd learned was that people love a promise if it glints with gold. Just spin a tale of profit and watch them lean in. But now, in the dank room of a Stepney lodging house, the lies were done, working. The stolen watch and shillings from Frederick Gold had already vanished into his pockets, and his panic. It was July 7th, 10 days since the murder. The noose was tightening, so he tried one last twist of the plot. He drafted a telegram, asked the landlady to send it. A cryptic message, something about wages, something about a flower, and something very much not for the recipient it reached. It was meant for his cousin Frank Seal, a copying clerk at a solicitor's office. The code, awkward and unclear, was a cry for help, but Seal never cracked it. The real audience was the landlady. She had grown suspicious. Her strange tenant barely left the room. Then came the mysterious telegram and a name no one at the solicitors recognized. She sent her daughter to investigate. The daughter asked around and mentioned her mother's odd lodger to one of the clerks. The clerk knew immediately. That wasn't Mr. Clark. That was Percy Lefroy Mapleton. That night he went straight to Scotland Yard. At 7:45 p.m. July 8th, a cab pulled up outside the Stepney house. 3 policemen climbed out, one for the front, one for the back, one for the door. Upstairs sat Lefroy, calm but cornered. He denied everything, of course, but he didn't fight. The manhunt was over. In the end, it wasn't police work or forensics. It was desperation, a botched telegram, an alert landlady. The trial began on November 4th, 1881, at Maidstone Assizes. Lefroy, ever the playwright of his own downfall, stuck to a tale he'd been rehearsing since Preston Park. He was innocent, attacked on the train. A mysterious countryman had robbed and murdered Gold, stuffed the banker's watch in Lefroy's shoe, and then, cartoon-like, leapt off a moving train into the countryside, never to be seen again. The jury didn't buy it. Neither did the judge. The insanity defense, off the table, Lefroy's story required a second killer, not madness. Montague Williams, his defense counsel, would later note that any time Lefroy was challenged, he doubled down, never wavering from his fantasy, never blinking, never admitting even the possibility of guilt. And so the curtain drew near on Percy Lefroy Mapleton. He had dreamed of fame, dreamed of applause, but in the end, the only crowd he'd gather was the one waiting at the gallows. The stage was set, and Percy Lefroy Mapleton wanted to be the star, even from the dock. He tried to redeem his evening dress from the pawn shop before the trial. Not because he feared prison stripes, no, because he wanted to stand in the courtroom draped in elegance, as if the jury might be wooed by silk lapels and a crisp collar. The clothes didn't make it, but they let him keep his silk top hat, which he toyed with endlessly, twisting, inspecting, lost in its glossy curves, while the courtroom moved on without him. He barely reacted to the proceedings, barely noticed the verdict coming. He'd booked a cab. Seriously. That's how convinced he was of his own fantasy, that he'd be acquitted, step out, and be whisked away, perhaps into Violet Cameron's arms, like a curtain call after a grand performance. But after 10 minutes of deliberation, the jury shattered that illusion. Guilty. As he was sentenced to death, Lefroy turned to the jury with one final melodramatic flourish. "Someday, when too late, you will learn that you have murdered me." He was taken to Lewes prison to await execution. 3 weeks, that's all he had left. At first, he clung to his countryman's story. Then, in a bid for delay, he claimed to have committed another murder, hoping it would kick off an investigation and buy him time. The authorities didn't bite, nor did they grant his solicitor's last-ditch plea of insanity. So Lefroy turned to pen and paper. If he couldn't escape, he'd at least explain or rewrite the story in his own ornate Baroque style. The autobiography he left behind is a surreal patchwork of confession and fiction, drama and delusion. He's the desperate hero of a high-stakes adventure, a man forced into robbery by circumstance, cornered by fate. It's beautifully overwrought, vivid, utterly performative, a final act. And somewhere amid the purple prose, he finally admits the truth. He had tried to rob Frederick Gold, saw the man sleeping with a handkerchief over his face, saw the purse on the floor, coins glittering temptingly, reached for it, and Gold woke, shouted, accused, fought. Then came the violence. Lefroy skirts the specifics, blurred memory, screams, darkness, the train door flung open. Gold disappeared into the void of Balcombe Tunnel, dead, mutilated, robbed. But nowhere in those pages is there remorse, no pang of conscience, just performance, just an actor trying to turn murder into myth. Percy Lefroy Mapleton didn't kill for money, not really. He killed for Violet Cameron, for a fantasy that never returned his gaze, for a dream wrapped in silk and delusion. From his condemned cell, Percy Lefroy Mapleton clung to the last ember of his delusion. He wrote to Violet Cameron, of course he did, still certain that she was his, still believing that one final flourish might bind them together forever. And soon he claimed to his sister. She'd replied. Violet had forgiven him. She'd even sent flowers. But Violet Cameron had done nothing of the sort. She'd never spoken to him, never even laid eyes on him. And when word reached her of the murderer's claims, she responded in print with a letter to the Daily Telegraph. She didn't know him, had never written to him, had no connection to him whatsoever. His obsession had made Percy a liar, then a thief, then a killer. And it ended as it was always going to end, at the gallows. On the morning of November 29th, 1881, they led him from his cell. No audience now, no curtain, just the sharp air and the creak of rope. The fantasy was over, and still the trains rolled on. Tracks spread like veins across the land, linking towns, cities, lives. Britain was changing, fast, loud and unstoppable, but where steam and steel brought progress, they also gave rise to something older than locomotives, something primitive. Violence. The railways made it easier to move, to vanish, to strike. Take September 29th, 1895. At Wigan North Western Station, Detective Constable William Henry Osborne stood waiting in the autumn dark. The 8 p.m. train from Manchester was due. With it came his colleague, Detective Sergeant Robert Kidd, experienced, respected, sharp. For 2 months, Osborne had been hunting a gang that robbed the railway goods yard, night after night. They slipped through shadows, cut ropes, lifted cargo, vanished. Until now, he'd had no luck, but tonight would be different. Less than a mile away, in the flickering warmth of the new inn on Warrington Road, 4 friends sat nursing drinks: William Halliwell, Elijah Winstanley, Bill Curley, and another unnamed miner. Hard men, coal men, men whose lungs were already blackened, whose lives were carved from the earth in shifts that lasted 12 hours or more, and soon one of them would cross paths with the law. Osborne was about to enter territory no railway officer ever expected to face, not just robbery, not just pursuit, but death. But life for a Wigan miner in 1895 was a daily dance with danger. Deep underground, the air thick with dust and tension, men like William Halliwell and his friends worked in the black arteries of the earth, chipping away at the lifeblood of Britain's booming industrial machine. The work was brutal. Long, claustrophobic shifts with the constant threat of cave-ins, floods or explosions, especially in Cannel coal pits, where the air was laced with explosive gas. And yet thousands did it, day after day. Because there was no alternative. Wigan, once a quiet market town of 10,000, had exploded with the Industrial Revolution. By the end of the 19th century, it was 5 times its original size, churning with brickworks, breweries, iron foundries, and textile mills, and coal, always coal. The town was smothered in soot, its streets crowded, its buildings rising fast and cheap. It was a boom town, vibrant but volatile. To the south, near the railway lines, stood a row of crumbling terrace houses known as Kay's houses, slums really. 2 rooms up, 2 down, shared by 2 families. Privacy was a luxury, so was comfort. William Halliwell lived at number 6, Bill Curley at number 2, Elijah Winstanley at number 22nd. Between them, the 3 men supported 18 children. Mouths to feed, bodies to clothe, rent to pay, coal dust to inhale. And all that in a world where one bad shift could leave you injured or out of work. When wages were slashed by 25% in 1893, miners revolted. Nationwide strikes erupted. At Acton Hall colliery, things turned deadly. Troops fired on striking workers. But tensions simmered. By 1894, coal demand was waning, especially for Lancashire's smoky, outdated fuel. Profits were down, working conditions didn't improve. Neither did the housing or the air. So when 4 friends met for drinks at the New Inn that Sunday in September 1895, it wasn't just to blow off steam, it was to escape, for a moment, from the coal, the cold, the kids, the debt. But for one of them, that evening would end not in a fog of beer and smoke, but in blood. For men like William Halliwell, making ends meet in Wigan was a daily tightrope walk. But on Sundays, even in the leanest weeks, there was usually a penny or 2 for a pint. A few precious hours where the soot and worry could be drowned in beer and banter. On the evening of Sunday, September 29th, 1895, Halliwell and his friends left the New Inn just after 7 p.m, voices loud, steps steady. They announced their next stop with confidence, the Fox Tavern on Chapel Lane. They didn't take the straightest path though. They strolled down Warrington Road, then cut across the fields under the railway line. The moon was nearly full. It lit the waste ground with a pale clarity, casting long shadows from the tracks above. They could have gone straight on, across another field, over a footbridge, straight to the Fox. But they veered left instead, toward a row of crumbling terraces. Kay's houses. There they met with others. They weren't going to a pub that night. They had different plans entirely. Meanwhile, on the railways, security had evolved from flag-waving guardians to professionalised detectives. The very first railway constables were more about traffic control than criminal pursuit. In the 1830s, they waved flags and made sure engines didn't collide. No easy task when boilers were prone to bursting and signalling systems didn't yet exist. But soon their job shifted. The Carriers Act of 1830 made railway companies legally responsible for anything lost or stolen in transit. That meant losses hurt not just in reputation, but in revenue. And where there's money, there are thieves. By the mid-1800s, railway companies had built serious internal police forces. The London and North Western Railway had more than 700 constables by 1850. In 1863, they even formed their own detective department. Enter William Henry Osborne. A detective constable in the LNWR force, Osborne had done his time across the network, Holyhead, Stafford, and eventually Wigan. By early 1895, he was there to catch the thieves plaguing the goods yard. Sometimes the culprits were passengers, other times their own employees. First-class rides on third-class tickets, crates of whiskey that mysteriously vanished, drunken chefs causing chaos in dining cars. It wasn't high drama, but it mattered. Every penny lost in theft or fraud was a penny not earned. Osborne's job was to stop the bleed, detect the crime, guard the company's interest. And that Sunday night, he believed, with the help of Detective Sergeant Robert Kidd, just off the train from Manchester, that he'd finally do just that. But on the moonlit fields beneath the tracks, others had gathered, and they were planning something else entirely. The railway yards at Wigan were never truly empty, even when they looked it. On paper, they were storage zones, orderly sidings for goods wagons waiting to be shunted to Liverpool, Manchester, or beyond. In reality, they were open invitations, unguarded, unfenced, and full of tempting cargo. It was cheaper to hire a couple of railway detectives than it was to erect real barriers. So long as the pilfering stayed small, predictable, the companies turned a blind eye. But at Wigan, things had escalated. Thefts were no longer occasional, they were routine, and customers were starting to complain. That's why Detective Constable William Henry Osborne found himself walking the tracks on the night of September 29th, 1895, alongside Detective Sergeant Robert Kidd, both in plain clothes, both ready for trouble. They moved south from Wigan North Western Station. High above the town, the railway line perched on an embankment. Below, lamplighters painted the streets in gold and shadow. Osborne could have looked right and seen his own home just a few hundred yards away. Sarah, his wife, was likely putting their youngest, Elsie, just 1 year old, to bed. But on the tracks there were no gas lamps, just the moon, heavy and full, casting everything in silver. They reached the wall above the goods yard. Osborne peered down. Tarpaulins flapped softly, no movement, just silence. Then by the end of the wall they spotted him. A man crouched in the shadows. "Hello," Osborne called out. "What do you want?" The figure sprang up. "High up, lads, have you got it?" Then he bolted. Osborne and Kidd gave chase, vaulting over into the yard. As they rounded a corner, 5 or 6 more figures exploded from the dark, scattering like startled crows. Kidd tore after them. Osborne lunged at the first man, tackled him mid-stride, but this wasn't a clean arrest. The man fought hard, punched, kicked. They rolled across the dirt, swinging in the moonlight. It was chaos. Then Osborne felt a blow to his shins, a sharp, hard kick from another man who'd crept up behind. He staggered, and then came the third. Steel flashed, a knife, gleaming like glass in the moonlight. Osborne barely had time to get to his feet. He swung blindly, not even able to grip the truncheon properly, just let it fly by the leather strap. It lashed through the air, cracked into a man's hand. The attacker yelped, staggered back, vanished into the shadows with his companion. But Osborne was wounded, limping. When he tried to give chase, his legs failed him, so he turned back to the first man, the one he'd tackled before, the one who was supposed to be in custody. But now the man had regained his footing, his fury. He fought hard, and then he grabbed the truncheon. Osborne's own weapon was wrenched from his hand, turned against him. It came down with a sickening crack to the skull. Everything went dark. By the time Osborne came to, the yard was silent. All the thieves had vanished. He staggered through the yard, saw a figure by the wall. Moonlight lit the scene like a pale lantern. It was Detective Sergeant Robert Kidd, and he was bleeding badly. Kidd was crumpled on hands and knees, soaked in his own blood. Osborne approached, and Kidd spoke, quiet, broken. "Is that you, Osborne? Could you give me something to drink? I'm thirsty." But there was nothing Osborne could do. He tried to lift his colleague. Kidd's body slumped against him, limp and heavy. Blood was everywhere. Osborne took a few staggering steps, 10 yards maybe. Then he collapsed. Not far away, William Halliwell was also struggling. His face was swelling, his leg pulsing from where Osborne had struck him. He'd been the lookout while the others raided the wagons. They were after coal, but ended up with a jar of sweets and 3 tins of condensed milk. The haul was pitiful. The wagons had been easy pickings, thin tarp, weak rope, barely guarded. In the sea of sidings it was easy to slip in, grab what you could, and vanish. But the police had arrived fast, too fast. Halliwell remembered grappling with one of them. Then others came, chaos erupted. He wasn't sure what had happened, but now he needed to regroup. The Fox Tavern, that's where they'd be. He arrived around 9:30. Nearly an hour had passed since the fight. Inside, he found Elijah Winstanley at the bar nursing a drink. They spoke quietly. Halliwell said he'd been beaten, said Osborne had hit him, kicked him. But Winstanley, he said he'd stabbed Kidd repeatedly, said the man wouldn't survive. Then Curly chimed in, grim-faced. He didn't think the man he'd stabbed would make it either. And just like that, in the hush of a smoke-filled tavern, the truth of what had happened in the moonlit yard began to unfold. What had started as another petty theft, just a handful of sweets and tins of milk, now had blood on it. And for William Halliwell, the stakes had shifted from the familiar realm of magistrates' court fines to something far more terrifying, an indictable offence, real prison time, maybe worse. He panicked. As he and Winstanley quietly drank at the Fox Tavern, Wigan's railway police were already mobilising. Detective William Osborne, battered and bleeding, had somehow crawled to a signal box for help. When a rescue engine was dispatched, the initial assumption was simple: a tragic accident, maybe a train had hit the detectives. But the truth rolled in with Robert Kidd's body. The doctor took one look and knew Kidd was soaked in blood, 9 stab wounds to the neck, face and head, his jugular sliced, his windpipe torn. One of his fingers was missing. Some of the wounds, the doctor would later say, could only have been inflicted while the man was unconscious or while someone else held him still. It wasn't a mugging gone wrong. It was a frenzy, an execution. Kidd was 37, married, and the father of 7 children. Respected, tough, the first railway policeman in Britain to be murdered on duty. The investigation began immediately, though it had little to go on, just Osborne's fading memories. But instinct led the way. The detectives knew where to look. Kay's houses, a slum with a well-earned reputation, too many convictions for too many men tied to too many stolen wagons. So the raid began. Door to door they combed through the terraces. At number 2 they found Bill Curley in bed, cuts and bruises on his hands and face. He already had 2 convictions, one for book theft, another for brawling with a gamekeeper while night poaching. Curley played it cool, smiling, whistling, sitting in his shirt sleeves claiming ignorance. It didn't work. Police took him to the hospital where William Osborne, still recovering, was deemed fit enough to make an ID. On a ward-side identification parade, Osborne pointed straight at Curley. "That's the one who kicked me in the shins." More arrests followed as men trickled back into the slum that night. Richard Pritchard, David Millington, Curley's nephew, Ralph Burrell, James Wellins, and more. The net was tightening, and now it wasn't just about stolen milk tins. It was about a dead officer, a murder that echoed down the sidings. Bill Curley stood firm, swore he wasn't there when Detective Sergeant Robert Kidd died, swore he'd run, fled the scene, hadn't touched a blade, hadn't stayed to see blood spill on Wigan's sidings. But the prosecution had something powerful, someone powerful. William Halliwell, lifelong neighbour, drinking companion, fellow miner, and now reluctant informant. By mid-October the case had moved to the assizes. Everyone knew Winstanley had done the stabbing. The real question was, had Curley held Kidd down while it happened? Halliwell's testimony would decide it. The trial opened on November 26th in Liverpool's St George's Hall, a cathedral of justice with its grand columns and looming domes. Curley and Winstanley stood accused of murder. Halliwell faced a lesser charge, grievous bodily harm against Detective Osborne. The press already knew the story. Halliwell had flipped, and now, with the court watching, he walked in a shadow of the man he'd been weeks before. Pale, shaken, hollowed out by the knowledge that what he said next might send his old friends to the gallows. In the witness box, Halliwell gave his version. Yes, they'd all been at the Fox Tavern. Yes, Winstanley had confessed to stabbing Kidd. And yes, Bill Curley had helped, held the officer down. The moment the words left his lips, Halliwell collapsed, out cold, dropped from the stand. When he came to, they brought him back, asked him to repeat it. He did, in a broken whisper. Then leaned against the witness box and cried. That was the core of the Crown's case against Curley. Halliwell's word, no other hard proof. The pub's landlord said only Halliwell and Winstanley were in the Fox Tavern that night. Another policeman claimed he saw Curly at home, not out drinking. But then there were the wounds, deep, frenzied, hard to inflict alone. Someone had to have held Kid down. Could it have been Curly? Halliwell believed so, or perhaps needed to believe so to justify his own betrayal. The defense called no witnesses, no counter-arguments, no show of strength. By the afternoon, the judge was summing up. The jury didn't even leave their seats. They had a verdict. The jury returned their verdict with the finality of a slamming cell door. Guilty. Elijah Winstanley and Bill Curly were sentenced to death. The next day, William Halliwell walked free, his charge dismissed. He returned to Wigan, to his family, his children, his guilt. But for Winstanley and Curly, the hangman waited. Then, something unexpected, a voice from the condemned. In court, Winstanley erupted, declared he alone was guilty, that Curly hadn't been there, hadn't helped, hadn't killed. The jury, hearing this new confession, admitted that had they known then what they knew now, they would never have convicted Curly. The public agreed. A wave of petitions surged. Communities rallied. In the absence of a court of appeal, only the Home Secretary held the power to reverse a death sentence. And on December 10th, he made his call. No mercy for Elijah Winstanley. He was hanged on December 17, 1895, at Walton Prison, Liverpool. He left behind a wife and 5 children, but his half-brother was spared. Curly's sentence was commuted to hard labour. He served 8 years, released from Dartmoor in 1903. When he returned to Wigan, he was a changed man, found work in a steelworks, turned teetotal, refused the drinks once poured in celebration and sorrow. The town that had once condemned him now saw him differently. Not as a killer, but as someone caught in the wrong place with the wrong people at the wrong moment in moonlight. Detective Constable William Osborne survived the night but left the railway police. He became a fireman, worked steadily until retirement, died in 1928. Halliwell moved away from Kay's houses, remained a miner. His testimony may have saved his family from the workhouse, but not from hardship. A few weeks after Winstanley swung, pit owners slashed wages again. The Conciliation Board, meant to keep the peace, crumbled, and so the fight continued, below ground, in the dark, where men like Halliwell, like Kidd, like so many others, swung picks and shouldered coal, fighting for life a day at a time. The railways may have changed Britain, but beneath them the old struggles rolled on.